What up, nerds? It's your boy Tone 20 Twizzle in the hizzle. Uh my doctor told me my A1C is high. So now I have to drink stuff like this. This is Minute Maid with zero sugar. And this is the good one. There's a couple other that they have. It's not that good, but this zero sugar is not bad. I still sneak in my other stuff, but I didn't know what to talk about, but I was asked to go live yesterday, and I couldn't because my computer was verklempt. So just thought I'd go live and, talk some smack. How's everybody doing? Make some beats. Talk some crap on Sunday. Nah. Anyways. So yeah, I don't really have a subject. There is a lot of news though. It's a lot of news. A lot of news going on. Donald Trump getting indicted. Foreign land. The fires. Them fires, bro. Yo. What, they got like 80 people dead out there in the fires? It is crazy. Like, I don't even know how to discuss that. Joshua KO in 7 rounds. Stop it. Death toll, yeah. Who beat Joshua? He ain't what he used to be. He ain't what he used to be, bro. He ain't what he used to be ever since Ruiz. I mean, we know this. Oh, he won? He still ain't what he used to be, but okay. Who did he beat? I ain't been following him. Hey, once you lose... Hey, man, listen. Once you lose, I don't really pay you that much mind. I just want to know who beat you and how. Because there's a chink in everyone's armor. Okay? You need to work with Bomac. Bomac can get you straight. But yeah, good for him. Who did he beat? Yeah, kick ass and take names. I love it. I love it all. Yeah, okay. You know what, man? I was just thinking, I was telling, on my other channel, I was telling, people, listen, the Hispanics, well, not necessarily the Hispanics, but I said, the Africans, and or African American, just the African black people are at the top of combat sports. Most combat sports. I don't know about like real wrestling. I don't know about that. I think the Russians might have that or something. I don't know. But it depends on what weight class you're into. But when it comes to fighting, like all out, hand to hand combat, black people seem to take it. And of course, some Hispanic people started coming back and, at me, and they were upset about it. One even called me the N word. And they pushing a fight wilder. I don't know about that. In wrestling, yeah, okay. So I was trying to explain to them, because I said, one came back at me and I said, listen, you're Hispanic, but tell me what combat sport does, Hispanic people dominate over black people? And I was like, I don't think that there is any. And, he got mad at me, called me the N-word. I'm like, why call me the N-word? Why don't you just go look at all combat sports? You know what I'm saying? And just look at it for yourself and then ask yourself, why is it that Ngannou is at the top, Adesanya is at the top? You know what I'm saying? Look at each weight class, and the majority of them are going to have a black person at the top. And, just look at it. Why are they at the top? Why are the heavyweights at the top? The middleweight, the light middleweight, the welterweight. You can just keep going on when it comes to boxing. It's most likely that, there's a black person, man and female. I mean, when you look at Baumgardner, you look at Shields, they're at the top of their, whatever weight classes they're in. So, okay. So it's like, don't argue with me about it. I'm stating a fact because when you look at it, the real reason why we're at the top of combat sports has nothing to do with we're better than somebody else because of, some arbitrary reason. It's simply because of where we came from. It's Africa itself is the most aggressive land that there is. And the animals in Africa hunt you. Yeah, see, he's African. See, and because, when you go to other lands, I mean, you got bears, jaguars, they hunt you, wolves, they'll hunt you, but most likely they won't. Most of the chance they don't come after you. You go to Africa, and we know that lions have made meals out of people and have come after them on purpose. We know this. You know what I'm saying? So we know that when it comes to Africa, those animals grow big, they grow strong, and in order to compete with them, man had to, in order to hunt them and eat them, they had to grow fast. We had to become faster. So we have higher fast twitch muscles in us than any other race on the planet. And this has been proven every year, every 4 years in the Olympics. It's proven over and over and over and over again in track and field. Black people are the fastest people on the planet. Now, you do have some people who are, you go look at you with all the numbers. You do have some white people who are fast right now. You got Holmes. I don't know, where he's from, German or something. He's the guy who runs the 400 hurdles. He broke the world record. The guy is extremely fast. Big on him. You also got the guy who runs the mile, the 2 mile. Warholm. No, what's his name? I forgot this dude's name. But this guy is the fastest when it comes to the mile, the 2 mile. He just can't be beat. Now, the record doesn't belong to him. The record belongs to somebody who comes from where? Morocco. The record comes from somebody who comes from Morocco, who is basically an African. You know, that guy holds the record in the mile, which is at 326 flat. And his name is Hickman El Garouge. You know what I'm saying? So they haven't got us in that yet, but right now the fastest person is a white dude. You know, but I'm just saying, some of these people are so proud of their race. It's fine to be proud of your race, but don't get upset at the numbers when it comes to, you know, when it comes to combat sports. Black people just happen to be on top simply because our genetics have made us faster than anyone else. And that most of the time, speed kills. Boxing speed kills, track speed kills, football speed kills. I mean, it kills when you're looking at, you know, the NFL. No one can match us in the NFL. No one. As a matter of fact, I'm going to retitle this, Why Are Black People, you know, Better at Combat Sports? No one can match us when it comes to the NFL. No one. No one. It's a hard truth. You know, we are just, if you took black people out of the NFL, if you took us out of the NBA, if you took us out of the MLB, now the MLB is different. You know what I'm saying? Because it would still be exciting, just not as exciting. But when it comes to, if you took us out of track and field, if you took us out of most major sports, except hockey, you take us out of skiing, so what? You know, we don't care about skiing. Take us out of hockey, so what? But you take us out of the big ones, the big three, it's lights out. Nobody's going to want to watch. Nobody's going to want to watch. Football was not as exciting. It was just okay. But when Jim Brown entered in the fray, R.I.P. Jim Brown, football changed completely. Bullet Bob Hayes, it was a total wrap. That was it. Bullet Bob Hayes is the only man to win the 100-yard, Deacon Jones, right. Bullet Bob Hayes, the only one to win the 100-yard dash in the Olympics and the Super Bowl. The only man to ever do it. But you can't say he's the only one that could have won it. Deion Sanders probably could have done that. But he wasn't running track that heavy. Ronaldo Nehemiah might have done it, but his team didn't go to the Super Bowl. You had a couple other people who ran track or could have, but they didn't. But Bullet Bob Hayes is the only one, you know, who's done that. You could have, could have had a couple people, you know, if they were interested in track, probably win the 100 or come close to it and then turn around and their team go to the Super Bowl. You know, Randy Moss could have been one of those people. He ran a 4.2? Ran a 4.240. You know, Randy Moss is the thing about Randy Moss. In junior college, Randy Moss ran track. Yeah. He started off running track. Then he got into football. Yeah. He went to a JUCO. Yeah, so I mean, it's just a little something that, you know, I think people need to ease up on the racism because, you know, they go kind of hard for nothing. It's like, why are you going this hard? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point? Caleb White, high school basketball player, collapses on the court. Did he die? Is he dead? Did he get the jab? Is he jabbed up? That makes a huge difference. It just makes a huge difference. No, number 3 in the nation. Yes, he died. He's dead? Sorry to hear about that. I went back to the gym yesterday. Yeah, that's crazy, man. They're going to find out that he got the jab. 10-1 says that's the reason. That's what happened. I went back to the gym yesterday, got on the bench. I didn't stay too long, though. I hit 225 5 times. I kind of got out of there, but I got to go back. I can't not go to the gym. I need to get these legs together. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so yeah, that's why Black people are better at combat sports. It's Mother Africa herself. Yeah. I mean, when you look at all the animals in Africa that will light your ass up, you'll understand why, people are extremely fast. People are, extremely creative too. In Africa, you have to be. It's not just, I'm just going to do this and it's going to work. Doing bodyweight exercise, isometrics, calisthenics, cardio, and core, slowing down on the weights. Yeah, see, I need to do the opposite. I've been doing calisthenics, which is doing me good. But I need to get back under that bench again. And I need to definitely get on the leg machine with the free weights. And definitely some more back exercise. I just need all around core strength because, every now and then I still get that call to move a refrigerator or two. And I don't ever want to struggle with one. And if I don't, stay with it, I'm gonna get one of those calls that's gonna be a $500 phone call. And I'm gonna have to take one of these big 300-pounders up the stairs. Yeah, me too. Up a stairs, about 10 stairs, and the customer doesn't want to hear it. If they order a fridge that's that expensive, they're gonna want it up their damn stairs. And I'm gonna have to find a way to get it up those stairs. And if I can't do it, then I'll just be like, I can't do this. I just let you know. Especially if I'm doing it by myself. I'm gonna look at those stairs. I'm just tell that lady, listen, I can't do it. And I'm gonna have to, just go home. But yeah. So when you look at the speed, I want to talk about this a little bit more because people come along and listen. For the people come along and listen. I want to talk about the sheer, the sheer speed of the Africans compared to everyone else. When you actually look at the Olympics, when Hitler, came to the Olympics, he thought that Hills and stairs. Ugh. Woo. I tried to run a little bit with my knees, because I got those shots. I could run a little bit more, but I could still feel it. But Hitler thought that his Germans were going to beat everybody in every race, and they did not. They did not at all. And, Jesse Owens kind of put that to rest. But because Jesse Owens was so fast, he changed, track and field. He changed it. And how he changed it, him and, Bob Hayes and, the other guys who came along and were breaking records in the 100, they changed it because every other nation saw had to. Every other nation saw how fast the African was. So what did they do? They went and start, using enhancements to try to beat the African at their race. And in some cases, they succeeded, but of course, they were found out. And like one time, the whole Russian team was just disqualified. Like all of you were on drugs. China too. China was doing the same thing. It's like all of you are on drugs. And now when you look at, no, I wish. Now when you look at China and you look at them running in any race, any race, China, usually one person from China every now and then will make it to the finals in the 100. And any Asian nation, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But they got one guy who is super fast. He's got a great start. But he gets caught around 60, 70 yards. He's got the fastest. I think he has the fastest time in the 60. But it was a 100-yard dash. So he clocked a really, really fast 60. But he got caught 70 yards. He was, pretty much done. And he didn't even place. And he didn't run that in the final. He ran that in the heat. So it was during Olympics, but you know how they run heats, to see where you're going to be at in what lane. He did that in a heat and he came in like 989 or something like that, or 998, but he ran a really quick 60. But nonetheless, when it came to the final, Hussein Bolt and, all the other Africans, they pretty much beat him. But you don't usually see somebody who's Asian who can match the speed of an African in that profession. You just don't see it. Although Asians are very quick, but quickness doesn't win the 100-yard dash. It usually doesn't. Usually you get caught if you don't have some longevity into that. So I just wanted to expound on that and looking at different nations and comparing them to the African and the twitch muscles, the slow twitch muscles and the fast twitch muscles. Right now, like I said, you got a couple guys who are white and they're, one has broken the record in the 400 hurdles. Warholm, I believe his name is, and the other dude who's kicking ass in distance right now, which is something else. And then you have actually somebody who's also running the mile. He runs for the United States, but he's Asian, he's Indian, and they're Asians, and that is Yard Nagoose. Yard Nagoose is our fastest miler, is America's fastest miler. He runs for America, but he's Asian. Now, is he going to break the mile record? No, but he probably has the American mile record. So, that's something. Yard Nagoose is extremely fast. I mean, and all those guys out there trying to beat him, Cole Hawker and all those guys. Well, I don't even think Cole Hawker's trying to beat Yard Nagoose. But I think Cole Hawker, Yard Nagoose ran in during the same collegiate time, but I think Yard Nagoose stepped up his game. I think he's the man for America when it comes to the mile, but he's still getting beat. So, but nonetheless, so there is an Asian person who is running at the top of their game. But when you look at the 10,000, the 5,000, 10Ks, 5Ks, 3Ks, and you work your way on up to the marathon, you're going to find out that most of those positions are held by Africans. And then I was talking to a guy from, Eritrea, and we was having this discussion, and he was like, "Yeah, the Ethiopians are, when it comes to track and field, we're the best." And I was like, "Well, that's not true. That's not true. Close. I mean, I think you guys had what? Tirnish the Barber, her and her sister were at the top. They hold the record for the mile. Well, they did, but now somebody from Kenya, I think she's from Kenya, Kipyego, owns the 1500. I think she owns the 1600. Hell, I think she might even own the 3000. I'm not sure, but Kipyego has all those titles now, all those world records. So yes, but this is true. The might of Africa when it comes to long distance, Ethiopians, Eritreans, and Kenyans, and a lot of those lands inside of there. You got great runners that come out of there. You got Gide, I think she's Ethiopian or one of those in there somewhere. I'm not really sure, but you got Helen Obiri. She's a dynamite runner, and they go at it all the time. So you see these two nations, well, these nations in Africa going at it a lot. But yeah, you don't usually see the European nations and or Asian nations who are at the top of those races. We haven't seen anybody European win the Olympics in the marathon. Don't get me to lying. The last woman I remember killing the marathon who was European was Zola Budd. But somebody can tell me anybody else, and that's fine with me. We can pretty much look it up. Nonetheless, we got Kalen Rupp, but Kalen Rupp hasn't broken any records, and I don't think he's going to. I think he's in his decline right about now. Great runner though. So it is what it is. Black people hold these titles. Black people hold these titles because they're born in these areas that are they're born in these areas that are very they're very conducive for running at high speed and long distance. When you're running up Kilimanjaro and you're 7, 8 years old, and you're running for Nike and you still don't have shoes, That's what Nike does. Nike has camps in Africa. And these kids are running up dirt roads for Nike. Nike's watching them. And they have this path set up for them. And they're timing children. Go. And these kids know if they run and they're serious, Nike's going to pull them in. They're going to put a pair of shoes on them because most don't have shoes. And when they do this, Nike's going to sponsor them. And guess what? They can eat. Their parents can eat. So their parents are like, go for it. You know what I mean? And it's not, I mean, it sounds like, oh, you know, the white man is doing, no, it's sports. Nike wants to know who's the fastest person on the planet. And when it comes to speed, they know exactly where to go to. I mean, when you're looking at the fastest people now who are out there, I mean, you got Omandala, whatever his name is, out of, I don't know if he's out of Nigeria. Where's he from? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a whole cadre of super sprinters. I mean, Nigeria. I mean, not Nigeria. Well, Nigeria too, but Nigeria's having some problems right now. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's sad. When you look at when you look at where the fastest people on the planet come from, actually, when it comes to sprinting, you know, I mean, when you look at the females and males who won the last hundreds and 200s in the Olympics constantly for the last, 5-6 years, or for the last 5-6 times, it's either been America, it's been, you got a one-off there because you got what that dude's from France. I forgot where he's from. You got Jamaica. And America and Jamaica go at it all the time. And the reason is it's because of, dark-skinned people. That's it. That's it and that's all. You got a couple one-offs. You got, old boy came out of Canada and won the 200 in the last Olympics. Yeah, for distance, right. So he came out of Canada. He won the 200. Andre DeGrasse. Big ups on Andre DeGrasse. Won the 200. Don't know what happened to Noah Lyles. The 400 goes to, where is that dude from? I want to say he black. I don't know where he comes from, but he black. The record holder in the 400. I can see him. See, I'm seeing these people, but I can't remember where they're from or their names. These names are slipping me. But nonetheless, he's still black. I don't know where he comes from, but he's still black. But it's usually just, black, except for the 400 hurdles. That world record is owned by a white dude. But I think it's only a matter of time before somebody's going to, a brother's going to catch up with them. When you look at the 400 hurdles and female hurdles, this is really interesting because Cindy McLaughlin was the fastest woman in high school. And she went pro right after high school. She didn't even go to college. Did she go to college? I don't think she did. Or I think she I don't think she went to college. I'm not sure. But she runs pro now, right? No, I don't think she went to college. And she broke the record. She beat Dalilah Muhammad. And once she beat Dalilah Muhammad, she broke the record And she just kept breaking her own record. This is what's so crazy. When you look at the fastest woman running like this season in the 400, it's a white woman. The fastest chick right now running is Femme Cabot. She's the fastest chick right now running the 400 hurdles. Do you know why? Because Sydney McLaughlin's not running it. She's like, I'm not even going to run it. I'm going to concentrate on the 400. That's exactly what she's doing. And I love it. I'm like, look, go for another world record. You only live once. She's like, I'm going to try to get the world record in the 400. And what's crazy is the American record in the 400 is 48.70. And that's held by Sonia Richards-Ross. Sydney McLaughlin just tried to run the 400. I think it's she ran her second time running it. She went out in a 23, 2 or something like that at the 200. And she came in at 48.75. Sonia Richards-Ross knows her record's about to be broken. She's like, well, I already know it's going to be broken. You know what I'm saying? So it's beautiful. So, I just wanted to say that because somebody who's, Hispanic is going to come in here and see this. And, they might get a little upset, but I'm not directing this at the Hispanic people because we all know we all have our pluses, you know what I mean? And our minuses, you know what I mean? But when it comes to speed itself, there's nobody faster than the African people. Now, strength is different because the strongest man in the world, they come from, they're Nordic. They're Icelanders. They're the ones who are picking up 1,000 pounds easy. So, I think Derrick Henry, I think he's in there somewhere. But you never see these, you never see black people entering strongman competitions. We don't do it. It's just not something we do. We're diesel, but when it comes to that is a different type of diesel. And listen, every now and then you'll see a black man get into a strongman competition. They will lose terribly. They'll lose. But it all depends on what strongman. But usually the strongman competition, black men don't enter that. It is a different type of build. And it is genetic specific. What they do, picking up those balls and tossing and picking up 800 pounds and walking with it. And when it comes to speed, we got you. When it comes to that is all Vikings. That's all Vikings. This is why when the Vikings started raiding different lands, nobody could stop them. They couldn't be stopped. Kings had to bargain with them. And what kings would do is say, I know you guys are about to raid me. Here's what we'll do. We'll bargain with you. How about we give you some of our land? That's what they did in France. In the English tried to bargain with them too. They had to find a way to trick them, try to find a way to bargain with them, because once they came on land and started raiding, they could not be stopped. The Englishmen were not strong enough to stop these Northmen. They had an axe called Skull Splitter. I mean, the stuff they used to do to their captors, not to mention they had slaves. And what they would do is capture some of the priests because they would find the church had all this gold. So they would go in there. The priests weren't armed. They would grab the priest, and if any of them fought, they'd kill him. But they would take the priest and they'd take him back, and then they would sell the priest, or they'd keep the priest as slaves. True story. But yet nobody can match them in strongman competitions. It's not going to happen. We can't do it. I can't sit up there and say, oh, a black man can. No. Every time we enter one of those, we get beat. Bad. Real bad. And these will be some really big black men, but when they'll have one thing that they can do better than everybody else, but when it comes to doing the whole strongman competition is different strengths, different, picking a log up over your head and, throwing this and that. It's different things. It's the wind capacity we don't have it. We're not built like that. But like I said, most people, where there's nobody, listen, in order to run as fast as Usain Bolt, for one, he lived in the foothills of Jamaica. He didn't live in the city. Let's get this straight. Another thing is his dad was a track coach. His dad was not a track coach. He coached something. But his dad is in the sports. Another thing is I think his uncle ran. So he has speed in his blood. You know what I'm saying? But here's another thing. His mother would cook him like they eat a lot of plants. And one thing in specific, Usain Bolt said, I eat a lot of yams. So you'll find out that, different countries, they have their own delicacies. Well, that's one delicacy that they have over there where they eat a lot of these, these plants. And these plants are in their natural states. They're not all pinned down with formaldehyde. They're growing out in the mountains. They're not, they're not like our plants got all kind of stuff on them. We got to watch. No, there's none of that. It's very natural. You should, when you look at Usain Bolt's house, his mom's house, and look and see where they live, you would think that Usain Bolt was very poor. It is a regular, well, you wouldn't say poor, but this is a regular. But that's why he's so fast. He wasn't even interested in track. He was interested in cricket. He wanted to play cricket. But they saw how fast he was, and they said, hey, you should run track. The thing about it is, Usain Bolt said, my biggest regret is I didn't take it seriously. Just imagine that. This man ran the 200 in 1919. The only other person to come close to that was another Jamaican who ran a 1926, Johan Blake. And he didn't know how he did it. He's also the second fastest man in 100. He shares that title with Tyson Gay, another black man. Usain Bolt's 100, he ran a 9.58 and was looking at the clock when he passed the line. So I'm just saying, if we look at the statistics of how fast these people are and why they're that fast, we would stop the arguments of what nation is this, that, and the third, because we figure out that we're all one unit, actually. Some people are fast, some people are stronger, some people are more cunning, some people, when you look at the Asians, they're brilliant people. You know what I'm saying? Some puzzles nobody can figure out. They're just brilliant people. But here's one thing about the Asians. Most of the Asians, well, not so much anymore, but they were lightweight people. They had super diets. But here's one statistic about the Asians that doesn't really happen anywhere else. They live longer than most people. The Asians live longer than most people. Now, this is without killing themselves by smoking, because there is a whole cancer society in China. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, there's. I mean, you know, they think smoking is sexy. Also, right now, there's more and more fat Asians. I think over in China because they're just, or Japan, I think they're just gorging themselves. So things are a little different now, but yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to have that conversation. So what's going on? Was it Dragon? I don't even know how to say your last. I don't know how to say your. Man, I gotta put on my Dragon, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Ahmed. Ahmed, where are you from? You sound Middle Eastern. Are you Middle Eastern, Ahmed? That's another group of people where you don't see when it comes to like the Olympics. You don't really see them into speed and things along that line. Oh, Egyptian. Oh, okay. So yeah, yeah. So Muslim countries. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's still well. Egypt is in Africa, but the uh, so that's always a touchy thing because when you look at the progenitors of the Egyptian people who are living there now, you say Middle East. But when you're looking at Egypt now, you're going, well, Egypt's in Africa. So you're like, oh, Africans. But you're like, well, wait a minute. You know, you have to. So sometimes you got to delineate between, depends on what you're talking about when you're talking about Egypt specifically, because yeah, for those reasons. But when we're talking about genetic, and we're talking about the genetic gifts that were given to different nationalities of people, speed, strength, longevity of life, um, long hair, short hair, curly hair, dark hair, light hair, all those things were given to people for a reason. I was listening to. I'm always fascinated with Jerusalem and Saladin and the Muslims that came in and fought against the Leopard King, and I'm always fascinated with those stories and the Romans before them that came in, and then the Africans that lived in those regions, Kemet, Punt, all those, that's all, pretty much together. Ethiopia. All that land is, put right there together. So I'm always fascinated with those stories that are right there. Um, because there are a lot of nations that are, mixed in there. Even the Dutch at one time tried to occupy Kemet, except they were, violently overthrown and then pretty much kicked out of there. But they were trying to trade, and they thought it would be wise to just come in and just take that land until they were actually thrown out of that land, and they never returned to try to take it over and occupy it as a whole. But they did return. Leopold returned, and we all know the tragedy that happened with Leopold. So, but yeah, so genetic gifts, that's what we're talking about. And yeah, yeah, there's a lot of mixed ethnicities in Egypt. Um, and it's a very touchy argument for people. What up? How's everything going with you? And that guy, hey, man, that guy's an idiot. There's a lot of differences between you and your mother. Well, that's interesting. What is your mother's nationality? See, but the Muslims aren't considered Africans. Well, let me fix this. Let me not say that because Mansa Musa was an African who was a Muslim. Muslim is a religion. But so Saladin, when he came into the holy city, he wasn't from there. When he came into the holy city, he fought against the leopard king. Neither one of those people were from there. The people who lived there first were already gone. And they were the Africans. And they were already gone. So then, the leopard king invaded, and then he was beat back by Saladin, and then he came. Once he left, he had to come back and retake the city, and then Saladin, who fled on a camel the first time, came back and overpowered them, but he warned his men not to shed innocent blood. So basically, he was saying, look, if you come in and kill all these people, all these, Catholics, and pretty much who they were, crusaders. He said, if you come and you murder all these crusaders, what's going to happen is, they're going to come back in force, you know. But really, the whole battle was who can actually hold the holy city. That's where the battle was because they were fighting over, for one, the right to call themselves the holy people of God. So, of course, the Christians, looked at the Muslims and said, "You're not the holy people of God." And then the Muslims looked at the Romans, the Roman Catholics, and said, "You're not the holy people of God." And that whole thing happened. Of course, they have the depiction of Jesus, who looks like their people, and then there's the Middle Eastern version of with Jesus, and yada yada yada. So that's what the whole fight was over. But the people who occupied that space came out of Kemet, and they came out of Punt, but they weren't the people who built the pyramids. That's important. That particular sect of people with Seti the First and uh, all of the other dynastic kings that were in that area, they did not build the pyramids. However, that whole area was occupied by Africans. And then Jerusalem was actually split in two. There was it was split in two until one of the dynastic kings came and got it back together, but they were overthrown by the Europeans, and then that's when that whole battle started, somewhere around 1446, somewhere around there. So somebody can correct me on that, but yeah. So there is a lot of people moving in and out of that, and that's why Jerusalem has so many mixed races in it now. So this is why you find, your Europeans there. This is why you find. Look. When two different sects fight, when Muslims fight the Christians, they don't kill everyone. When the Christians fought the Muslims, they didn't kill everyone. You know why? Because they were ordered not to. King Richard the Lionheart was like, do not kill all of these Muslims, because they were looking at him, they were going, you're a heretic. You were going, well, so are you. You're the same thing. And they were saying that it's simply because anyone who is not their depiction of Christian is a boom heretics. And Muslims was just like, what are you talking about? You're the same thing. So the fight the fight that they were having, like I said, to claim who was, the holy people of, the Bible or the Bible, it's just like, well, what? Why are we fighting? Because one of us believes in the Quran, one of us believes in the Bible. So we're fighting over what exactly? And if they would have just stopped for a minute and sat down and started reading the Bible and then the Quran, they would have figured out that, neither one of us need to be, we don't need to shed innocent blood over this. But see, eventually that did happen. Eventually it did happen, those two powerhouses. Because listen, every time an invader comes in, there's a soldier or two or 10 or 20 who are like, this is stupid. And it will happen on both sides. It's happening now. You got Russians who are like, I'm not going into the Ukraine to, they're going, hey, Ukraine, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm just following orders. And the Ukrainians are looking at them and they're going, okay, cool. Come on over here. Talking about mixed exorcism in Egypt is touchy because we are all afraid that some people will jump on our land and say that it's theirs, like what's happened to. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. When you talk about, okay, so all right. So if we go back to written text, this is written historical text. You will find written text that say that Moroccans are dark-skinned people, seafaring people, actually. You will find written text that say Germans were dark-skinned people. You'll find written text that says people from Scotland were dark-skinned people. As a matter of fact, The Last King of Scotland, the movie was played by Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker is a black man. He's my complexion. Why is it played by a black man? When you look at written text, you'll see that Joan of Arc was not a white woman. she was swarthy. She had dark skin. This is all in written text. When you look at Roman emperors, you'll find out that some Roman emperors were Africans. And one of them actually went and found Hannibal's bones and buried Hannibal in his own land. Because Hannibal attacked Rome and he almost, took out Rome. And, so the emperor who did that was a black man. So if you go by what most people think from a very, from history, from very short history, you'll think when somebody says Roman, they're saying, boom, automatically a white guy. They automatically think Caesar, Augustus. Well, there were several Roman emperors, and they were all different colors from different backgrounds. Yeah, and so when you look at a lot of these lands, and you go, well, this land is our land. Well, when you look at who occupied it first, can that nation or those people who are from that nation, can their ancestors say this was our nation first? You came in and occupied the space, and we have written text that says that you did. See, this is the problem with Egypt. This is the problem, because you can go back 10,000 years and you can find, listen, when the world was a Pangea, people can walk from one end of the world to the other, right? I'm black, though. I'm not racist. No, I didn't think you're racist, but you're black. Okay, fine. That's fine. But it's still the problem with Egypt. You know what I mean? What I thought is you were Middle Eastern. But Egypt is always going to have this problem because of people who can follow a bloodline and historical facts and hieroglyphs and all this, and they can look at the people that did this, that, and the third there. Then they look at historical text and see the people who came in and fought over this land, and different nations came and fought over this land. Some of them came and went, some of them stayed, so on and so forth. And it's always going to be a sore spot simply because of the Bible. Everybody wants to be the chosen people of God. And because they all want to be the chosen people of God, they're all going to look at the holy city. It is the holiest city on the planet. It is the holiest place on the planet. All right. And everybody knows historically, and they all know, according to biblical texts, Dead Sea Scrolls, the Quran, the Book of Life, Book of Death, Jerusalem is it. There is no other place like it. They know that there is more spiritual elements involved with that one place than anywhere else on the planet. And they know it is godly. But they all want to be, I am a part of that, and you're not. And it's the exclusion that causes fights. That's what causes people to die. This is, what causes people to fight over the Gaza Strip, which is, not even a mile long, and people are still blowing each other up over the Gaza Strip. And it's like, why are you killing yourself over the Gaza Strip? Explain that to me. Why do we have, to have the dome to stop you from sending missiles in and blowing up little children? It's all a misunderstanding is what it is. It's, I am this, and God has ordained me to do this. This is how the Magna Carta was started, with the same belief. The Pope came out because the Pope never wanted the Roman army to be in Rome. Why? Because the Pope wants power. How does he do that? He gets it from the people to believe that he is what? Of God. And that's how they do that. So I am the Pope. I am God's right-hand man. All the people come to the Pope for blessings. But when the emperor, who controls the army, says, you're usurping me is what you're doing. And they even excommunicated one emperor. And you know what the emperor did? He tried to kill the Pope. And it all comes down to the Roman army. So what did he do? He wrote down a Magna Carta, and he told a big ass lie. And he read the Magna Carta, and the soldiers, the Roman soldiers at that time, the Crusaders, got all fired up because they wanted to go and take over the holy city that had Muslims in it. They were like, we're the holy people. You're not. So they marched 2,000 miles and started eating people on their way there and slaughtered a whole bunch of people. They did it more than once. Not only that, there were children that were crusaders too. But when they marched, they ended up becoming slaves. They got captured. So, like I said, it's all a misunderstanding of who's who and what's what. And it's totally ridiculous, because if these people actually bother to read the Bible, anyone can be a man or woman of God, according to the book of Romans. It is your actions that makes you of God or not of God. It is not your race. And that's it, and that's all. It's your actions. It's what you believe in, how you live, and that's it, and that's all. You could, I mean, the Bible says it'd be brother against brother, daughter against mother, father against son, and that's simply because, and that's simply because of what you believe. If you separate yourself from God, it's because of what you believed, and that's it, and that's all. As far as who built, the pyramids, well, when you look at the pyramids, there are this is really crazy. The Pyramid of Giza is the most famous pyramid on the planet, but it is not even close to being the biggest one. There are pyramids that are so big. There's one pyramid that has a church built on top of it. You don't even know it's a pyramid. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, but that's not even the biggest pyramid. They're the most famous, but they're not the biggest. There's pyramids right here in America. There's pyramids in the pyramids in the Grand Canyon, and we can't go visit them. There's pyramids all over the planet because the same people who built them everywhere. And what's really crazy is they might have built them at around during the same couple centuries. That's really interesting. I mean, probably within a few thousand years, but still. Yeah. There are pyramids on every single continent on the planet. Every one. There's a pyramid. China, uh, uh, North, South America, Africa. There's pyramids in Australia. Absolutely. There's pyramids everywhere. They were all built by the same people. And when those people left, no one has built a pyramid since. They all have the same pretty much designs, except the ziggurats are slightly different. And there's a lot of pyramids that are so big that you don't even recognize them. You think they're mountains. They're not. They're pyramids. When you look at them from a sky view, listen, God doesn't build in straight lines. When you look at them from a sky view, they're all built just like this. And you're just like, well, wait a minute. That's not, God didn't do that. No, men did that. Are all pyramids built when the earth was a Pangea? Now, see, now that's an interesting question. I don't I don't think so. But basically, when the earth was a Pangea, boom, the people roamed all over the earth and they settled, right? And once they settled, they had children, blah, 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 but they all had the same technology. So when the earth started dividing, they all had the same technology. They all had the same information. So here's the thing, when pyramids were built, humans were smarter than they are now. Humans were more intelligent then than they are now. Well, I mean, that can pretty much be proven because you would have to look at when did the earth separate. And here's another kick in the pants. The earth is still separating. There's an ocean being discovered right now in Africa, in the desert. There's water right now in the desert and it's separating the land violently. Is a pool of water that's moving. That only means one thing. There's water underneath it and it's separating the land. And now it's coming to the top of the land. They tried to build a wall around it and it broke that wall and it kept going. Yeah, look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up. There's an ocean being built right now, and it's natural. Huge fissure in the desert. In the desert. This isn't a desert. And look it up right now. It's dividing it, and it's doing it slowly. And that's the beautiful thing about it. There's people who got eyes on it, and they're watching it, and they're monitoring it, and they've been monitoring it for a minute. So, I mean, there's some, train tracks that were built over one of it. They tried to stop it or redirected it. It didn't. It was like, nope, we're going right here. So they have to reroute. They have to take those train tracks and reroute that train probably for miles now because it broke right through that wall. They tried to build a wall 75 feet down to stop this water. It cracked that cement in half and kept going. That means there's something under it that's doing the dividing. It's not coming from the top, it's coming from the bottom. And that's why they need to get out of there, quit playing around with it because it's going to separate suddenly. And when it does, it's not going to say, hey, look out below. It's going to be like a very aggressive sinkhole. It's going to just show up. It's going to show up and it's going to be very, very deep. And if you fall in it, you're not getting out of there because the waters that are pushing this land, they have a very strong current. Very, very strong current. And you fall in there, it is good night, Irene, for you. That's happening right now in Africa as we speak. Well, let me put it to you like, it depends on what you call a long time. Because it's you know how okay, so we think an ocean would develop by water coming into land and just overtaking the land, like Cleopatra's, her palace and her land. Her land was just taken over constantly by water until the whole thing was underwater. It didn't sink. It didn't sink. The water rose. Bam, it was gone. And there are a lot of cities that are like that. That they didn't sink. The water level rose. Boom, Cleopatra's palace gone. It's all underwater, and you know it wasn't a catastrophe because when you look at the films and what the divers are showing you, you still see that it's intact, meaning a tidal wave didn't hit it. So a lot of times we think when an ocean is formed, water comes up and it just overtakes, and it just rises. It's not always true. Sometimes land will rise out of water. Listen, that's how Australia was made. Land just rose right out of the water violently. Okay, just okay, tidal waves and all that. Listen, there are some remarkable discoveries on tsunamis that are so high that they will blow your mind and constant. Like a tsunami after a tsunami. We're all in fear of one. There's been times on this planet where there was just constant tsunami bashing up against land. Why? How do we know this? Because we've seen the ripples and how deep they are and how much land it moved. So we think this is how an ocean is created, but this is not so. How an ocean is created is from the bottom up. That ocean decides to separate that water, separate the land. It erodes the land from the bottom and then it separates. Did I say something wrong? Cleopatra? I said that right, right? What did I say wrong? Have you seen videos of her palace? I stream a lot. I stream a lot. Have you seen Hardaway? Have you seen videos of her palace? Because if you did, you'd know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know how they say California's sinking. I mean, same thing happened to Cleopatra's palace and her land. Yeah, I stream a lot, bro. I talk about a lot of different things. But we were basically talking about the combat sports and why the Africans are so much. I would say, I would say that when it comes to boxing, when it comes to MMA, I wouldn't say that we are a lot better, but I would say that we have an advantage that most people just don't have. We have the speed advantage that most people just don't have that kind of speed. They don't have it in them. They have to go and do things to get that kind of speed. Sometimes they have to manufacture that kind of speed. They have to take drugs to get that kind of speed. But usually the African is born with that kind of speed. Oh, well, I'm not going to argue with you about that. Yeah, an evolutional trait. That's what I was saying. Well, because on my other channels, some guys, didn't like the fact that I said, I was talking about, what the dude was Hispanic, and I said, okay, name me one sport you guys are better than us at. Contact sport. Contact sport. Now we don't have a baseball team, but you guys are Mexicans kick ass in baseball. Mexicans, the Asians, they kick ass in baseball. But we don't have an all black baseball team. Well, not anymore. There was a few. But combat sports, baseball is not really a combat sport. And when you look all around the world in top combat sports, you're going to find that black people 80, 85, maybe 90% of the time are better than everyone else on the planet. Everyone. Now you got some spots there, they got us. So grappling. I think the top dude is a white dude, Gordon something. But I'm gonna say this: that is an all-out combat. When you start picking apart combat, you say, okay, it's just JKD. Okay, we're just going to do karate. Okay, we're just going to Krav Maga. Okay, when you start doing that, then you're going to find out, that there are different countries who have that style down pat. You know what I'm saying? But when you try to come in a ring with Krav Maga in MMA, you can forget that. It's just not going to work. You're going to get your ass kicked quick. A lot of people find that out the hard way. So when you try to come in with just karate, we had a karate dude. The guy, and everybody wanted to see him when MMA first started. Just the karate dude. That dude was kicking people in the face. He was dope. But what happened? People eventually figured it out. You had Horace Gracie. He came in and he was nailing people left and right. This is before there was even a weight class. Horace Gracie came in. He was beating everybody because, he had that, whatever. He was locking people up and leg locks and this, jiu-jitsu and all this. But what happened? He got beat by Sakuraba and he got beat by the Huntington Beach Bad Boys. And they beat all of them. You know why? Because they had a style that nullified what these guys were doing in jiu-jitsu, judoka, and it was wrestling. It was good old wrestling is what beat him. Sakuraba was kicking their ass with good old fashioned ground and pound and wrestling. And when these guys would go for a knee bar or an arm bar or a Kimura or any of those things, Sakuraba would punch them in the face. Bam! The Huntington Beach bad boy, he'd do the same thing. He'd catch them, boom. And he beat the hell out of Shamrock. And Shamrock was one of those guys who learned that, that Horace Gracie style. And he was a bad man, but he kept exposing his head and he got the crap beat out of him. I mean, he was beat bloody. So, when you start having these different arenas and you can only punch, you can only this, you can only that. Well, yeah. But when you have ping players, I never even heard of that. But if you got people who do sambo, you got people, you got some. Boss Rutan was in there doing some wild stuff. Boss Rutan, that's what's up. Boss Rutan was hitting people with the palm of his hand. And he was trying to shatter your kidney. He was hitting this one dude, bam, just and at least they had to stop the fight because the guy didn't know that he was about to suffer some internal damage for the rest of his life. He didn't know. Boss Rutan just kept hitting him in the kidney, bam. He had no idea that this guy he's about to be on dialysis for real. He's gonna need another kidney. Some of these styles are just ridiculous, but when somebody figures them out, next thing you know, when you got a speedster in there like Rashad Evans, who's just ridiculously fast. Rashad Evans was so quick. The way he knocked out Chuck Liddell, bam! Chuck didn't even see it coming. And this is Chuck Liddell. On football, see, I don't even watch football anymore, but I started watching football for a different reason. I didn't really care about who won. I started watching football for genetics. I started getting into the speed of it all, the muscle reflex. Not so much the hard hits, but getting off the line and who can get off the line faster and reaction time to the football, because really that's what they do. That's what coaches do. They want to know how fast you can get off the ball. When I played, that was a big deal. How fast can you react to a snap? It was a big deal. And I was playing linebacker for a while, and I lost my position because there were two dudes who could run faster than me. They had a quicker 40 than I did. So I'm interested in stuff like that. I was never a fast guy. I had a little quickness, but I was never, I have a very slow 40. I have a great mile, but a slow 40. I didn't like American football. I love American football. Which American call soccer? Yeah. Yeah, we call it soccer. Hamlet. See, I have no idea who that is. I think I stopped watching football 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm lost on most football. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm pretty much lost on any team. I couldn't tell you about any team doing anything. But yes, I don't stream every day, but I stream a lot when I'm not working. And sometimes I just come on and just make music and just to share with people. If they want to listen to it, they do. If they don't, they don't. So I'm not one of those streamers who's got all these gimmicks and tricks and do this and do that. I just come on talking and I leave. By the way, do you call it football when you can use your hands and the ball is like an oval? Yes, that's football to us. Oh, damn. See, the last time I watched the Bills, they were making a run for the Super Bowl. They had a dynamite quarterback. I forgot what his name was. Yeah, they were making a run for the Super Bowl, but they got beat. Why do you call it that? Why I wanted to ask. Oh. I'm sorry. Why do we call it football? You know what? I understand your question. You Americans, you're funny to me. Why do you call it football, but you can use your hands? I do not understand this. Well, listen, we do a lot of things that don't make sense. So I can't sit up here and act like I had something to do with the naming of the sport. But it is called football, I'm going to assume, because I guessed at one time when let me look back to when it all started. Let me think about this. Yeah, 'cause, dude, Josh Allen, the QB. Yeah, Hardaway, you might have a better answer to this. I mean, when I look at football, when it all started, what was that back? Bob Greasy? Who's that? Who did we have back now? That's before Greasy. Who did we have back then? This is when football was, they just wore leather helmets. They didn't have no face, nothing to guard their teeth. That's why a lot of footballers lost their teeth. We also have rugby. So I'm going to guess at one time it was mostly played with your feet until they turned it into something like rugby, and then it advanced to what it is today, which is very complicated today. Here's the thing: the joy of football is not the same now as it was back in the 80s. See, the more that people are finding, okay, so when you go back to genetics, the majority of people who play football are either white or black. Let's just face it. There are some mixes in there, but most of the time it's either white or black people. But when you look at the black people and the majority of what they play, the majority of the parts that they play, it has something to do with speed. And this is from the running back to the linebacker to the defensive backs to the receivers, the wideouts, the tight ends. Those positions are usually covered by black people. Now, this is gonna make this is where I'm going with this. So if you have a linebacker who runs a 4.5, say the linebacker runs a 4.5 40, and your running back is in a tailback position. So now we have this big thing. Like, say you got Saquon Barkley, who's back there, short guy, very big legs, but say he runs a 4.3. You have a linebacker who could run a 4.5. Now, if Saquon Barkley gets a call that says, come right up the two hole, which is pretty much a straight line. And they're going to hand him the ball. He's going to run in a straight line. And you get a defensive back, a linebacker who pretty much says, I believe Saquon Barkley he's going to run right up the two hole because of where they're at. It might be 3rd and 3 or something like that, so they could risk it. You know what I mean? They might be on the, I don't know, the 47-yard line, and they're trying to cross into the 50. So, it's important to get over the middle of the field, and it's all this science that goes to it. But here's the real science. We know that this fullback can when he gets up to speed, he's in a tailback position. That means he's at least 5 steps from the line of scrimmage. We know Saquon Barkley is a short person. What does this tell us about his speed? He can hit top speed within a very few steps, meaning he could run up to 20 miles an hour within a very short time. He has a very fast 40, and he can reach that speed with 3-4 steps. Boom, he's at top speed. What also does that tell us? If this linebacker is a smart linebacker and he reads the offense, he is what? He's 4 or 5 steps off of the line of scrimmage. He can also hit top speed within them 4 or 5 steps. When those two people collide, what is the mathematics on that hit? Now you see where I'm going with this? It's different if it was 2 white people, but these are 2 black people. Why is it different? Because they're faster than everyone else on the planet. So this collision, if it goes helmet to helmet, can cause what? CTE. It can knock one of those people out. And if they get knocked out enough, they'll get a concussion. If they get a concussion enough, they'll get put out the game. If they get put out the game permanently, they'll get a brain scan, and they'll say, you now have CTE, which is permanent. If they get CTE, I'll answer your question in a second. If they get CTE and it's permanent and they get it because of the NFL, they're going to turn around and sue the NFL. And this is why the game is constantly changing. Because the players are getting faster and the players are getting stronger. All right. Salute Tone, Mr. Hardaway. Hey, what's going on, Natalie? Question when you're done, Tone. Okay, go ahead. What's your question, Natalie? I just wanted my man Ahmed to get an idea. Did you see the research about the head injuries that retired players have? Well, this was something that they had a long time ago, but they kind of hid. But I used to be a footballer. I'm a football player. And I used to hit people head on, and my head would start ringing whenever I did it. And it didn't take, right off the line, boom, I got hit one time and my head was just ringing. So I had a chance to go play for a Big Ten college, but I got a letter from them because they saw one of my high school games. And I didn't go. It's because I didn't want to get hit like that again. Yeah. So the research is out there. They've made movies about it, Will Smith in it, but the research is out there. And so now they've changed the rules. Yeah. Well, no man. Let me tell you something. Football is a very prideful game. This is the reason why the guys who, are guys who are homosexuals, they don't come out and say, hey, I'm a homosexual, because it's a very prideful atmosphere. And guys would be like, I don't want to be around this dude. That's why. Remember the one guy who got into the NFL, the gay dude? What happened to him? He ended up being on the practice squad. They got rid of him. A lot of people are, hey, we're not homophobic. Yes, you are. It's a very homophobic atmosphere. But it's there. But these guys aren't going to go, hey, so you also, so with that element, you don't have guys who are going, hey, I got CTE, take me out the game. They're like, to hell with CTE, give me some medicine and put me back in the game. They don't want this is not a place where you're going to see guys breaking down, crying. No, they want the paycheck. They got mortgages and, Stepford wives and, whole families depend on them. So they're like, we don't give a damn about that. Get me in the game. I need my numbers to be up for next year or for the next 5 minutes, because you guys are going to recruit. And when you do, you're going to be looking at everyone's numbers. And that's what matters to these guys. This is why you get, Cam Newton getting into an argument with one of his receivers. He's like, he's not throwing the ball to me. Cam Newton confronts him. What do you mean I'm not throwing the ball to you? You're not throwing the ball to me. Everybody cares about their numbers because a coach will cut you. And needless to say, neither one of those players are playing on the team right now. Joe Fixit not understanding who or what he is. I don't know what that means. Did you? Okay. Concussion was extremely. Joe Fixit not understand who or what he is. Yeah, Michael Sams. Who's Joe Fixit? That was a mistake. He shouldn't have never turned around and kissed that man. He shouldn't. Michael Sams shouldn't have. When he got drafted, he turned around and kissed his lover. He shouldn't have never done it. When he did that, he pretty much canceled Christmas. They got rid of him so quick. What they said is like, you know what? We're going to try this. We're going to see how you do. But all eyes are on you. Didn't everyone concentrate their gaze on him when he started playing? They were like, okay, this is what you wanted, to be all inclusive. You're inclusive. What can you do? Not good enough. Goodbye. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. They couldn't wait to get rid of Michael Sams. You shouldn't have never done that. Hell, you shouldn't have even had him there. You should. Andy was a white dude. You should. He was a white dude. You had a little skinny white dude. Oh my God, you pissed off everyone that you could. You should have been like, thank you. You should have gave an acceptance speech. Hey, I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to come in. Cool. Gave your family a high five. Bam, bam, bam. Kept that white boy. You shouldn't have never shown that white boy, because the NFL is owned by white men and they are hetero. They don't want to see that. They don't want nothing to do with it. Why? Because it's the bottom line. The bottom line is, Budweiser, the most people who watch sports, most people who watch these sports, most people who drink Budweiser, most people who watch football are heterosexual. So when you turn around and you kiss that white dude, you emasculated them. You emasculated them. They were like, absolutely not. That's what you did. You, a big black man, kissed a little white man on the lips? Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. You emasculated these white people. Absolutely not. I was like, you just as dumb as a sack of rocks. You shouldn't have never. You should have been like, listen, I like dudes. That's it. That's it. You should have been show me the money. No, you brought the whole orchestra to the mother freaking show. You brought the whole yeah. You brought the you just do it on national TV on draft day. Do you know how much money they lost when you did that? You know how many sponsors? What the? What? I bet Gatorade ain't sponsoring you. I bet we not. You sponsored by Nike? Absolutely not. I bet we not. We not doing that. Oh my God, they lost some money. They lost some money with one kiss. Bam! You just lost money. Not to mention, you gotta understand this. Your team has gone down in infamy for having an openly gay dude on your squad. Do you understand this? You understand this? Let's say that I'm coming out of high school. I'm the number one draft pick for the NFL out of high school. I'm Randy Moss or something. Let's say I'm the number one receiver. I'm Megatron. Something. I got the height of Randy Moss. I got the speed of Randy Moss. I'm another freaking Randy Moss. I'm running a 4-1 down the sideline with my hand in the air. In high school, I'm burning people. College don't want to see me. They're writing me letters. I don't want nothing to do with them because they not paying me to put my name on them damn games, them damn EA Sports or whatever the hell it is. So no, I'm looking right at the recruiters. And who gives a damn about? And wait. Prices. Anyway, and I'm look. There's what 26 teams or something like that. Every single team wants me. Every single team. I'm hotter than fish grease. But there are apex teams in the NFL. We all know this. There are teams that pay the most. They got the most crowd. They listen. You go there, you live in right. I mean, come on. There's a good chance you're gonna go to, the big time. You're gonna go to the show, is what they call it. That's what they call it in baseball. But nonetheless, if you get on one of these teams, there's a good chance you're gonna win a ring or two. What does that do? That gives you a bargaining chip every year. I won a Super Bowl. You did win a Super Bowl. Let's look at your contract. It allows you to get bigger and better contracts. That's what it's for. So you got all of these teams, the apex teams, and then the one that Michael Sam's is on is looking at you. And they're offering you the same amount as San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Dallas. Do you really think I'm going to look at the team that had Michael Sam's on it first? Hell no. I'm going to look at all these other powerhouses, and there's a good chance I'm going to pick one of them. It's a good chance I'm going to pick one of them. He devastated the NFL with that nonsense. Anyways, I'm off of that. But yes, Wayne Brady is some type of mixed whatever. And who cares, because he's not really doing anything. Feel sorry for him. I mean, he had a great show. He had the Wayne Brady show. It was great. And they did what they do. They control it. Then he was on The Price is Right. And I was loving him on The Price is Right. And now he's this. And it makes no sense. Pansexual. Well, see, pansexuals and homosexuals are way different, aren't they? There's metrosexuals. See, I'm not really sure about the whole. I don't know. I'm hetero, so yeah, I just mind my business on that. Yeah, they're not the same things at all. I didn't think so. He likes men, right? I'll wait. It's the same thing. If you gay, you gay. You just own it. Yeah, yeah. I don't see. I don't know. He like. I'm not in the Wayne Brady world. You know what I mean? It's why I don't really know. I don't really care because I'm not in this world. But I was trying to answer the question Ahmad had. Paul Mooney. Is Paul Mooney still alive? I think he passed, didn't he? But yes, Ahmad. So this is why football has changed because the game is a lot faster. It's a lot more aggressive. Hell, we had a guy called the Wolverine playing. He called himself the Wolverine. He played for the Eagles. It was ridiculous. It was amazing. Yeah, Paul Mooney passed away. Yeah, he called himself the Wolverine. See, people like that change football. When you look at what the Wolverine did in football, it's just like, come on now. Oh, man. Matt, what'd you cook today? You cook something good? You cook something good, Matt? I didn't cook. I went and bought it. Garbanzo beans. Okay. Everybody knew something was up, didn't they? It's like something's up with you, my guy. Why she gotta make ramen noodles? What did you cook, Hardway? Single man? What'd you cook today? We'll never ask you what you cooked. What'd you cook, Hardaway? On the Chappelle Show. He was on the Chappelle Show. See, I don't. hot dogs. I didn't even bother to cook. I had to go pick it up. That dude was from Egypt. That dude was from Egypt. He lived in freaking Cairo. That's, woo, that's something else. That's something else. Egypt. That's dope. Nah. I went and got some chicken. Oh. Okay, now see, y'all about to start something. I'm gonna sit that one out. I'm sitting that one out. Ooh. Sit that one out right there. You guys about to have a chili cook-off? I say do it. I say have a cook-off. Why not? That would be kind of dope, though. That could be a thing. Yeah. That could be a thing. Hell, I'd get in on that. Start a recipe battle. Pick a different item. Just how would you know who won, though? You wouldn't know who won. That's the thing about food. Everybody's taste buds is different. You could say one person won, but kind of dope, though. It's a dope idea. An Icelander. Come out. I found a scale that I like. is. Well, I'll be quiet. She better. I can talk trash. I can't talk trash. But you're not talking to me. Tony was hot, huh? Oh, it was? I'm sorry. I'm trying to do a couple of things at once. Yeah, I ain't know. So yeah. So what's it like in Florida? Were you able to go and get your workout on and stuff like that? See, I hit the gym yesterday, but I was there for a very short time. I wasn't feeling it. But you know what I did do today? I washed my car. I washed both of them, as a matter of fact. Because I was feeling good. I got that water pumping. I was happy about that. And so what I did, I went down to oh, that's cool. See, I'm trying to fix the air conditioning in my blue truck. My tan truck works fine, but my blue truck, the AC doesn't work. So I think I'm gonna put some R34A in it and see if that works. I think that's what it takes. I gotta read the manual. I also got I got some other type of AC, but that goes into old refrigerators. But I got some R34A laying around. I'm gonna try to put some of that in it. My car overheated. Oh, the the van, right? Yeah, that. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, we was talking about getting rid of it. See, mine overheated too. Oh, the edge. Yeah, see, my truck overheated on me. That's how I was like, what's going on? I fixed it though. Yeah, I fixed mine. Yours was a thermostat. The van will be ready. Oh, okay. Thermostat. Getting her hair did. It's cool. Pre-K in the house. Shoot, you know how much my fix cost me? A little under $300. And I did it myself. My part, one part, cost me $200. Why? Shoot, my one part. Every time my mom left me at school. I don't remember that far back. What was my issue? I had a water pump go out on me. Yeah. Cost me some money. Why do I make it seem like I'm 80? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember. I don't. Very vaguely. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell you. Good night, sir. I'll just make music for you people who just came on. Howdy do. I'll just trying out some new jams. Trying to throw something together, see what, you know. Yeah, I was just trying to throw some beats together. Yeah, you know, I know how I do after I talk for an hour. I, throw stuff together just to see if I like it. You know what I mean? Just to sometimes I keep them, sometimes I don't. For those of you who are into music, I work with Logic. This is Logic Pro X. So, yeah, it is the next step above GarageBand. Cost about $200 if you download it. So, yeah, if you guys are into music and you got $200 laying around, I say get it because you get a lot more instruments on your DOS. And it automatically updates. So every now and then I'll get more instruments. And it allows you to go and grab more instruments. So a lot of times I'll, find out that there's just different stuff in here I play with. I only make about 4 tracks. See what I can make with 4 tracks. And if I like it, then I'll make something else. But I like to start off with basses just to see what's in here and see how they sound. Y'all hear that good? It's a robo bass. Look at that. I just like to see what's out there. Won't let me record on the fly. See, you're ruining my groove. See, we're messing with a pad, that's what it does. Try to find a good lead. Good night, man. Have a good night. Be well. Why do you look so sad? Are you still here? It says 0. Why do I look so sad? I don't know how you look. Are you looking sad right now? That's awesome. I don't know. I didn't know I was looking sad. I don't know. I didn't know I was looking sad. Sad? I'm looking sad? I'm looking sad? But it's okay. I guess, well, I'm not sad, but I don't know. I went to the fair. I saw those families. Kind of made me a little sad. Makes you a little sad when you're by yourself. You don't have no family around. The fair is for families. It's kind of sad. Sad. When you realize it's just you. Makes you a little. I don't know if I can. I'm a little. I don't know if I can. don't know if I can fix that. It's the refrigerators for me, Nat. It's the refrigerators for me, Nat. Refrigerators for me. It's the fridges for me, baby. I don't know how to tell. I don't know how to. I'm not well received around here. I'm not well received. People look at me like I'm a monster. And I know I'm not a monster, but know, I'm not a monster, but my aggressive life I washed my clothes today. I washed both my cars. Swept my floor. I did good. I did good. I got my other clothes out the dryer. I finally got them upstairs. And I fold them up as soon as I get a chance. And make my bed. I gotta make my bed. And clean off my dresser. Then I mop my kitchen floor. I found some pennies. And a dime. Found some pennies and a dime. All in one spot. I've been being productive. I even shaved a little bit. I didn't cut my hair though. I shaved a little bit because I had to head out. I said it would look better if I looked productive instead of looking unkempt. I was just trying to figure out what two notes I wanted to get a hold of and go beep bop and then make a cha and I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I was just trying to find two notes to do something with, two chords. See, I wanted to take that. Will I be all right, Natalie? I don't know that. Always hoping that I'll be all right. I wanted to take two notes and I wanted to find some kind of doopy doopy dab doopy dab doopy dabba doop. I wanted to find a dabba doopy dibba dib bab doopy dab doop. Oh. Okay. I think I know where I'm going with this. I'm not sure. Maybe something like that. Okay, it sounds raggedy, but hang in there. All right, so we're getting rid of this. Let's try something. I'm just trying stuff. And I'm gonna try it. I could just be cheap and go. Would not be cheap. Is that cheap? Is that cheating? Is that cheating? That's cheating. That's cheating. Just. Is that cheating? Is that cheating? I don't know. Is that cheating? That's cheating. There. Yes. do that. I like that. Oh. Oh, you ripped me off. Try this again. All right. I like that horn. Can't really nail it down to what I want. Almost though. It has a little. Has a little something. Took it back to the 80s on it. Little 80s. No, we're not doing that. I was productive today, Natalie. I washed both my trucks. Huh. Washed some clothes, swept some floors. A little bit of sweeping. Some sweeping now. I swept. Natalie, I had a dream. I had a dream I could fly. Again. I'm having them more frequently. Hey, and this time when I was flying, like everybody knew that I could fly. And you know, I was just flying all over the place. But I noticed that I could only fly but so high and so fast. Like I could fly over a city, but not okay. I could fly through a city, but I couldn't fly over the city. So I could probably do like Spider-Man, but I'm flying. And I could not fly long distances. So I could fly a couple blocks at a time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I would run and then I would fly and then I would stop. Then I'd just walk and I would like this was pretty cool. I would like be able to run up to a building and push off the building and just start flying again. So I couldn't I wasn't like any superhero, you know, that's in a comic books because none of them fly for short distances. Well, I don't know any of them that fly for short distances. I couldn't fly fast. I couldn't fly long. And I didn't have super strength or super speed. But for some reason, I was able to get my body off the ground and I could fly. And it was like real cool. I would just jump and I'd just start flying and people would be like, whoa, you can fly. I'd be like, yeah. They'd be like, cool. And it was like nothing. You know, they were looking, they were amazed, but it wasn't like, you know, wasn't a big deal, but it was cool. But I keep having the same dream. Maybe you can help me out. Tell me what's going on. What's happening to me, Natalie? What's happening to me, Natalie? Am I turning into an alien? What am I turning into? What am I? Oh yeah. Maybe. Oh, what is it? What am I? What's holding me down? I don't know, but thank you. See, that's why I asked you. Maybe it's the city holding me down. Maybe I won't leave the city. Maybe it's time for me to leave the city. Huh, maybe. I don't know what it is. I keep having these same dreams, and they're more frequent now. And I know I can't fly. Just I know I can't fly. Most of them know. I had a nightmare the other day, though. Something was hitting me in the head with a metal pipe. Had a nightmare. Yeah. I got attacked in my dream. Probably a demon, who knows? So I gotta be careful what you watch. I'm not really trying with this. I do like this. I'm gonna keep it. Not really trying though. I'm just kind of messing around. Just kind of messing off. Say. That's how Jaguar Wright sings. She. Oh, Jaguar Wright. Something else to see these people. There's a lot going on with Jaguar. I saw her before. Here. Yeah. Think about a lot of stuff a lot. What do you think about a lot? Like, what do you think? Like, what has your mind like, you know what? Yes, you. There's one other person here. I don't know who it is, but you're the only person talking. Why she want to stick me for my paper? Yeah, you. Who, me? Yes, you. Tell me what you think. About what? About whatever. Yeah. You think about people? People? Any particular? What about people? What about people? People are strange when you're a stranger. When you're strange, people come out in the rain. Bent, bent, bent. But then the gap when you're strange. When you're strange. Bet you don't know who sings that song. Bet you don't know. It's okay. The Doors. It's okay. I didn't expect you to know. You think about people a lot. People? What about people? What about people? You can, can't really. It would be pat the guitar boom boom bang on bang on bang on boom bang on bang boom boom bang on bang on bang on boom bang on boom bang on bang on bang on boom bang on bang on bang. Might be too fast. Might be a little too fast. Might be a little too fast. Like a boom 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 boom. Can't forget about bump at the that boom bang. Wanna give me bang, don't bang, don't bang. I let them stick on the game, don't bang. They got them to go, they gon' bang. How to get the game gon' bang. Had that them to come, the gon' bang. How to live up the thing gon' bang. Did that them, the thing gon' bang. I love it, I love it, I love it, do the bang. That gon' bang, gon' bang. Let's get back up to the bang. like this one though. I might have to go with a slap on thinking about. Oh. Wait a minute. Five to look at the bang bong bang to the bang pop pop dip the bong bang. Some make it thing bong bang boom bang pop pop dip the bong bang pick it. Thing like the bang boom bang pick it. Like a bang pick the bang bong bang pick it boom. Pick it bang the game boom. Pop pick it boom bang bong boom. Up boom pop pick it McGee boom boom. Pick it bang boom pick it boom boom. Boom pick it boom boom. Bang on boom, the bang on bam, the now stop the bum bum. Sick of the bum, the bang on, sick like a bang. It's like a bang, like a fucking the bang boom, bang. Ding dang dang, the suck a bird, suck up the game, take the bang dome, take it, make it blind dog, take it the blind off the bomb bomb bang. Suck a look at. Sick up the game, band, to get your mind on, make it, make it. like that, but the pecan, the band, don't sick it, don't sick it in the band. So the band sound, look at the band bomb, look at the band bomb, look at the dome dome, look at the band bomb. What you gonna do tomorrow? What you gonna do tomorrow? What you cooking tomorrow? Fish and grits? No. No fish and grits? What you gonna do tomorrow? Put the free fried chicken in, chicken on, chicken, get the free fried chicken on, chicken on, chicken, get the free fried chicken, get the on, chicken, get the free fried chicken on, can't get the free fried. You're not cooking anything? What wrong with your cousin? What you did to your cousin? What you did to your cousin? She had surgery? She all right? That surgery rough, boy. Ooh, going up under that knife ain't no joke. Get the free fried chicken, get the free fried chicken. Come on, get the free fried chicken. Come on, get the free fried chicken. Come on, come and get you gonna. Oh, get your free fried 50, come on, get come on, get your free fried chicken, come on, get your free fried chicken, come on, get you down, get your free fried. Come on to get the. What'd you do to your cousin? She has a husband, thankfully, but real family always has to check on her. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. At least she has a husband. Cause hey, at least she got somebody to go in there and see about her. Get your free fried chicken, come on, get your free fried. Free fried chicken, come on, get your free fried chicken, come on. I get your free fried chicken, come on, get your free fried chicken, come on, get it. None of these pads sound good with this. Her husband. At least she had a husband. I'm again going back and get your free fried chicken. Come on, get your free fried chicken. Come on. I get your free fried chicken. Come on, get your free fried chicken. Get it. Can't find what I was looking for. And 2 Rugrats? Nothing wrong with that. She's got a whole family. That's cool. Hospitals are rough and they're lonely. Hospitals are rough. For the last, 10 years that I've been to the hospital, I've had surgeries. No one was there. No one came to see me. No one. For my last 10 surgeries, I had to pay somebody to drive me home. Nobody was there. Not one soul. No one. And I tell you what, I'm going to tell you something. I saw a video where 2 Nigerians were on the back of a Brazilian boat. They were on the rudder of a Brazilian boat for 14 days trying to get out of Nigeria. Just drink that in. Not only are you on a boat, you have no water. You can't drink seawater. But you're on the back of a rudder, which means at any time, any second, that rudder can be submerged completely. Completely. You're on the back of the rudder. You're not indoors. You're outdoors, and it's the rudder. Not to mention, the rudder is constantly moving and getting hit by water. I can't even. I got no complaints. I got none. I've never experienced that. I never want to experience it. Nigeria, we know right now, is going up in flames because there's a coup. America's getting in on it. China's getting in on it. Everybody's getting in on what's happening in Nigeria because there's so much at stake when it comes to Nigerian property. And a thing about it is Nigeria always goes through something like this. Did you say something about my mom? About your mom? About your mother? No. I'm trying to think. Did I say anything about your mom? No, I was talking about families being being there for you when you're in the hospital, and then I segued into my experiences for the last 10, 15 years, nobody being there when I'm in the hospital. And then, the story I saw on Nigeria today, I just don't have any complaints. I have none. I have no complaints. It'd be nice, but I don't have any loved ones that live here, and I'm not in love with anyone, and no one's in love with me. So there's that. But what I saw, I know that I am a privileged man. I'm privileged, and I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 floors. I got nothing. I'm not on the open sea on the back of a rudder. They don't even know where here's what made it so bad. There was another ship saw them, and they didn't take them aboard. They handed them water, and the Africans took the water and was like, "Thank you for the water." They wasn't like, "Please, sir, help me." They was just like, "Hey, thank you for the water." They accepted their fate. Like, look, this is where we're at. We're out on the high seas, and they're just out in the middle of the ocean. No food. There's two of them, two men. No food. Oh my God, I got nothing. 14 days. No food, no water. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. No, no, nothing. These white guys saw him, handed them some water. Cheerio. They're trying to make it to some other mainland. They're getting the hell out of Africa. You don't understand, there's a coup in Nigeria. Nigeria, the same place Boko Haram went and killed all those boys, those boys in school, and burned them. They burned these boys alive. They went to the boys' school. They locked the doors and they set that place on fire. Then they went to the part where the girls were. They captured the girls and took them in the woods and impregnated a bunch of them, and some of them haven't been seen since. Some of them that came back they came back pregnant. This is in Nigeria. It is for real out there. It's for real out there. Now, of course, Nigeria has, very civilized parts of Nigeria, but right now there's a coup going on for the presidency. And it gets rough. I mean, I don't know if you ever seen Hotel Rwanda. Of course, Rwanda is a different country, but nonetheless, how they slaughtered thousands of people because of a lie. Oh my goodness, thousands of people. The aftermath of what they did in Rwanda it's still there. The places where those people died, the homes that they tore into, the churches they tore into, the people that they were like, and the people that survived, they were telling the stories. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that place is going up in flames. There's always and you know why there's always a coup in America is involved in it is because the CIA. It's because of America. We control a bunch of these countries and we put in puppet presidents. And then when and this is why their elections are such a sham, just like ours. Well, he better keep his head on because it's no joke. But yeah, that's what happens when America doesn't like you or when you're not doing what America says, they go over there and they overthrow you. Next thing you know, somebody gets shot in the face. Then they blame it on some small militant group. It wasn't them, it was the Americans. If they can't control the oil, the diamonds, I mean, that's where they get a lot of diamonds from. The oil, and a bunch of other resources that come out of Nigeria. They can't control that. They'll kill whoever is involved in saying, hey, some of these presidents are standing up and they're just going, we no longer want to deal with the West. We want to deal with China. Guess what's going to happen to them? Whatever president stood up and said that, I guarantee you his days are numbered. I guarantee you that person won't be alive for another election. You stand up talking about you don't want to deal with America, you don't want to trade with us anymore. Yeah, okay. You should have kept that to yourself. Because America is coming for you. And they're going to have some of those guys over there Malcolm X you. They're going to make it seem like, oh, it's black on black crime. No, it is not. It is America who done that. And they're going to put somebody in there as a puppet president or a puppet leader. And they're going to do everything America wants. And if they don't, off with their head too. Listen, the Queen has never stopped chopping heads off. Well, he went left because of I'm trying to tell you, because of the US. The US will make a phone call and that will be the end of you. Suddenly. All these people, listen, the US is losing their grip on the world because the US has the biggest military that backs up the US dollar, backs up the US mint. When that dollar loses its power, they start to look at why is it losing its power and compared to what? They want to know why it's losing its power because that piece of paper is backed up by the US military. So they try to get everybody to use the US dollar and make it seem like it's the more powerful currency. Well, it's not. China, Iran, some other Muslim countries, Middle Eastern countries, hell, they was even going to go in with Europe too. I mean, not Europe, well, some parts of Europe, but Russia is starting to alienate themselves from China. They're having their little, frenemy thing going on. But Russia was in on it too. And they were like, we do not want nothing to do with the US dollar. Why? Because of sanctions. They saw what America did to Russia. America was like, hey, Russia, don't go into the Ukraine. They was like, this is between us. Has nothing to do with you. We're going to go ahead and invade them. Where did we see this before? Iraq. Hey, Saddam Hussein, don't go and, raid Kuwait. This is between us, has nothing to do with you. What they do, they went in and raided them. What happened? We went and killed Saddam Hussein. We made up some cockamamie lie, went over there and killed Saddam Hussein. What happened to Gaddafi? Same thing. Same thing. Same damn thing. Went over there, boom, slaughtered him. Because he didn't do what we wanted, what was in our best interest. If we can't get that oil, we're going to kill you and take it ourselves. And what did we do when we went over there in 1990? What we do? We went right over there and we killed those people and we took their oil. And then we kept them, we made it so they could barely survive, and we killed millions of them 5 years straight, and we're still bombing those same people over there, bombing the hell out of them. Still doing the same thing. They set the Middle East ablaze. Tested out all their rockets. They didn't give a damn. Obama wanted to kill one person. 30 people died. The majority of them were what? Men. Majority of them were women and children. He killed one man. Majority of the people died, women and children. 27 bodies dropped. Boom. Women, children. You think he didn't know? Yeah, he knew. He's the one that said, go ahead, blow it up. Boom! One man that they wanted. Women and children. They were just cannon fodder. And he knew about it. He's the one who called the shots. Trying to tell you. That's what's going on. That's why America has their interest in it. Because we want that oil that's coming out of there. If we can't get it, we'll blow it up. Trying to tell you. We will blow that place up. Nigeria is under the foot of the United States. Trust and believe. Their leaders are under the foot because they don't want you siding with China. If you decide that you want to side with China and you want to trade with China and you don't want to use the US dollar, there's going to be more famine. Listen, not only will they set that place ablaze, they will cause famine. I don't know who that is. They'll cause famine. There'll be diseases over there. There'll be I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised this time next year there's an outbreak in Nigeria. And it'll be something that we've heard of before and that we got the cure to. We will watch thousands and thousands of people die. And they will die by the second. It'll be worse than the Black Plague. It'll hit them hard. and they will get no relief, and they'll do the same thing they did with this damn boat scam they just did, where these billionaires went to the bottom of the ocean and and they acted like they were looking for them for 4 days, and then the last day, oh, there they are. The last possible day when they ran out of air. Oh, there they go right there. We see them. Ooh, looks like they died the first day. They didn't even hit the bottom. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you don't want to follow U.S. regulations. That's what happened to those guys. They did not want to follow U.S. regulations. They didn't want to have nothing to do with U.S. regulations. And the U.S. was telling them, look, you need to have U.S. regulations. They're like, no, we're not going to do it your way. We're going to do it our way. U.S. said, fine. Fine. They told the French, the one boat that they knew was going to find them. Not only that did they know that the French were going to find them, they knew that the equipment that was on the back of that boat had the best chance of getting to those people down at the bottom of where the Titanic was. They told them, do not leave that dock until we tell you to. And on the very last day, they said, hey, come on out here and see if you can find them. They came out there, went straight to where the Titanic was. Boom, stopped, dropped anchor right there. Boom, dropped out on ROI or whatever that is, remote vehicle, and found them. Boom, right there, within an hour. Boom, there they go right there. Right there. They're going to do the same thing in Nigeria. Trying to tell you. They're going to let somebody get in power that will not listen to America. It won't be controlled by America. There's going to be an outbreak. They're going to let go of some virus out there, and those people are going to drop like flies. And listen, Nigeria is a very unique place. I mean, listen, they've been beating up on Nigeria for the longest time. Go ahead. Go ahead. They've been beating up on Nigeria. Listen, they got those masks, those golden masks. They got those in one of these fancy museums, and they won't give them back to Nigeria. They claimed them for themselves. Well, this is ours now. How? You stole it. Give it back to the Nigerian people. Well, we're not going to do that. It's in our museum. It's ours. We took it. It's ours. It's like, nah, bro. They got a bunch of stuff that belongs to Nigeria. They won't give it back to them. They will not let Africa alone. Africa will never be able to get off from under the Europeans' control. And the day that they do, there's going to be a nuclear war. Can they get rid of the spirit realm? Well, listen. I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes it's the spirit realm that got them. It's the spirit realm that got them here. They might have pissed God off. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, if you're talking about can they call on God, I'm sure they tried that because there are a lot of Nigerians that are Christians. They're Christian people. I mean, they still have their old gods, but, they believe in the one, Jesus the Christ. They're strong believers in Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? The problem is, how strong a believer are you? I mean, what, like, I'm going to tell you something. If you want to call on God, you are able to do it. If you want to call on God, say, God, get me away, get me off from under the thumb of my oppressor. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and call on him. However, him answering you all depends on your lifestyle. It all depends on how much faith you got, how you're living, whether you believe it or not, how you came to him. I mean, there are specific ways that you have to present yourself before the Lord. And if you don't use those ways, then God never, I mean, he's just not gonna, it's not gonna happen. It is not gonna happen. If you come to him with pride, like, Lord, do something about this. You know, if you come to him haughty with pride, he's just gonna laugh at you. You're not gonna get anywhere because you got too much pride. You don't need him. You think you can do it on your own. If he does something for you and you don't acknowledge that he did it, what's the chances he's gonna do it again? Or if he does get you off from under, you know, if he does exactly what you asked for, but he says, these are the things you have to do to keep it like this, and you don't do those things, you're going to end up right back where you are, but it's going to be worse for you. And when you can look all through the Bible, and it has examples of that. People not doing what God said to do when they called upon him. Moses called upon God. God said, okay, do this. Moses got upset, struck the rock. God said, fine. I'm gonna bring your people out of Canaan or out of the into the promised land, but you'll never see it. And he never did. He never saw the promised land. He never did. No, I mean, they, as in the scientists, are they trying to destroy the realm by the actions they are taking the sun and water? Man, let me tell you something else when covering that. When it comes to scientists, science and God always clash. The priest and the scientists, they always clash because the priests believe that anything's possible. The scientists believe that only certain things are possible because only certain things can be proven. So can science nullify the spirit realm? Can it? Yeah, 100%. It can, but it depends on what the spirit realm is doing. So, okay, let me say this: if you have a place that is holy land, you know it's holy. It's been proven time and time again that this is holy land, and there are certain ways to enter into this holy land. There are certain ways to do it. Now, a scientist might look at it and say, you know why the grass grows here more than it grows over there? Because of, and go through this whole thing about the soil and blah 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 and nutrients and the sun and put it all together in a scientific way that it can be easily digested to the listeners without saying God did this. That pisses God off because he's like, no, it isn't like that because of this. It's like this because I did this. And if the scientists keep saying, it's science that did this, and God's like, no, I did it, then guess what happens to that land? It gets destroyed. If scientists sit up there and take all this credit and they're like, why? Because they put themselves in the position of God. If you're saying this happens, this with the soil, you watered this many times, you did this, that, and that, and this is why this grew where nothing else would grow. Well, fine. I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and make it grow again. I'm going to take it all away from you and let's see if it grows. Use science to make it grow. You'll spend the rest of your life trying to get a seed out of the soil, and it won't happen. It will not. So yes, science can get in the way of the spiritual realm very quickly because of their arrogance. Now, a scientist who knows that it's God that did this can easily explain what God did. That's different. Just say, okay, this land is doing this and it's a miracle, blah, blah, blah. And you're going, right, this is an act of God. Then let me tell you what God did. What does that do? It puts God at the head and say, God did this. You give God the glory. You give God the credit because you recognize you can't do this. That's the whole point of it. I can't do this. No other scientist can do this. What happened here is it is miraculous. But this is in the science world, this is what happened. These things came together, then this came together, and this is what's so miraculous about it. There's nowhere else on the planet that this has ever happened. I'm gonna give you a case in point. Sodom and Gomorrah. There is no plant life in Sodom and Gomorrah. None. And there's still salt that can be found in Sodom and Gomorrah, which are two cities. There's still salt and sulfur that can be found, but no plant life to this day. That is an act of God. 100%. People can't say a volcano blew up because there's no volcano in the region. And a volcano is the only thing that would produce that much heat. But there would be remnants of lava. Not only that, volcano ash produces very fertile soil. So there would be a lot of growth there, a lot of greenery, animals and everything. It is the polar opposite. There is nothing there. That is an act of God. And we know this because there were two thriving cities there and other places that were close to it, which means there was flora and fauna and water. All these things were there. There was wildlife there. There was domestic animals there. They ate something. There was people could plant there, everything. Everything that we had, there was horticulture, everything that they had. Was everything that a human needs to sustain themselves, especially for a city, let alone two cities. There is not one thing alive there. Now, the scientists came in, which scientists have, but if they came in and said, this is what happened, and it was not an act of God. The wind, did something and blah, blah, blah. And they made up some BS, some pure BS. They'd be playing with their life doing that. And try to disseminate that and say, yeah, this is what. No, it's proof. We know exactly what happened and we know when it happened. Not only that, we know how it happened. So yes, scientists can get in the way of the spiritual realm very quickly. And they can open their mouth and say something that is absolutely not true. They can try to boast upon a finding, and we've seen this with the pyramids. They've been so wrong about the pyramids, and it keeps changing. They keep finding more and more evidence that they're wrong. It's terrible. It's terrible what they, the pyramids were a tomb. There's not one pyramid that was ever a tomb. All the pharaohs were buried in the Valley of the Kings, which is inside of a mountain. They're constantly wrong. So, yeah, scientists can mess up a lot of things. But the scientist that sees something and goes, you know what, I was wrong. That's the scientist that God doesn't, come after. He goes, I was absolutely wrong. I, you know, I don't know. I can't figure this out. And they'll go through their data and they'll go through history and they'll try to link it through a bunch of hyperbole and he say, she say, but the truth is they don't know because a lot of things that happened during those times are all acts of God. Like they try to, you know what? This is when they recently did the water that turned into blood in the Nile. They tried to say that it was a plant and the seedlings or something of the plant got into the water and turned the plant and turned the water red. No, that's not what the Bible says. See, and the red that they're looking at is not the color of blood. So let's get this straight. Red, the color red that most people associate with blood is lighter than actually blood. And it also depends on how much blood that we're talking about. We're talking about the river turned into blood. So, for one, water is in blood. So it's not flowing like water anymore. It's thicker. It's blood. It's turning into blood, right? It's a lot thicker. So that's, and what they showed is like the consistency of this water did not change. But if you have a bucket of water and a bucket of blood, you'll see that the consistency is different. So when the Bible says it turned to blood, that means the river's consistency changed. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that the water changed a different color. No, it's a different element. Something was added to water and it turned to blood. That is a whole different consistency. Completely different. So, this cockamamie BS that they try to explain, it's just like there's just so much missing from what you guys are doing. I just tossed the whole thing away because I was like, okay, it's red, but it's not the color of blood. Because if you have a river full of blood, you're not going to be able to what? See through it. You can't see through it. That much blood you can't see through. You can't hold up a bag, emergency bag of blood that people get for transfusions. You can't hold up one of those, look at the bottom of it where the most blood is, and see through it. You can't do it. You can't. But yet, nonetheless, you're looking at this water and it's turning red, but you can see the shimmer in it and whatnot, and things, still swimming around. If this thing was blood, you couldn't see nothing in it swimming around, nothing at all. You couldn't differentiate anything inside of this water. Nothing below an inch you would be able to recognize. So this is not blood. It's two different consistencies. They try to explain away a lot of stuff. They try to explain away Noah's Ark until they found Noah's Ark. And they found out that it was huge. They found out where it landed on Mount Ararat. They found pictures of it. They were like, Noah's Ark never happened and all this other stuff. Then they found pictures of it. And then they actually found the damn boat. They found the anchors of it, the ropes and stuff that were, how it was tied down, everything. The imprint of it and how large it was. They have an exact replica and they built an exact replica of it. So don't tell me that people, oh, the Bible's not true. There's an exact replica of Noah's Ark. Not only that, they found writing on the stones that were part of the anchor. It's still in the same place. They found writing on it. They traced back the writing. It's like you people don't, I don't know why people don't want to believe God is real. I don't. But yeah, so scientists can mess up a lot of things, but there's a lot of denial when it comes to God because people want to believe that they're God and they're not. Any other questions? Anything else? I know you enjoy this. That's all for now. Sure, you'll think of something else in a couple seconds. Come and get your fried chicken, get your fried chicken, come on, let's get your fried chicken, come on, let's get your free fried chicken, get your fried chicken, come on, let's get your free fried chicken, come on, get your free fried, come on, get your free fried chicken, get your fried chicken, come on, get your fried chicken, come on, let's get your free fried chicken, get your free fried chicken, come on, that. I think you need to prepare for sleep. Prepare for sleep? How do you prepare for sleep? You put on a bonnet? You put on a bonnet, throw your dreads in a put on a bonnet. Get that thing on there. Go kiss your mommy. Get back. Mommy! Mother! Mother, come to me. I go to sleep, Mother. Mother, I go to sleep. The nightingales have called me, Mother, and I shall go. I shall answer them, Mother. Mother, I go to sleep. Good night. That's what you just told me. Good night. Did she? Yeah, she's going to see the nightingales. The nightingale, Sissy. Sissy. I go to dreamland, Sissy. See you in the morning. Eggs and biscuits. Eggs and biscuits. Good night. Eggs and biscuits, Sissy. Eggs and biscuit. Good night. Don't listen to Beyonce, whatever she's talking about. Sissy, eggs and biscuits in the morning. Good night. Good night, Sissy. Love you. Love you too. Get the free fry. Come on. Free fry. I get the free fried chicken. Get the free fried chicken. Come on. I get the free fry. Get the free fried chicken. Get the free fried chicken. Come on. Get the free fry. I get the free fried chicken. Get the free fried chicken. Come on. begins to bang that free fry. Get the free fry. Get the free fry. Chicken, down to get the free fry. Get the free fry. Gotta love him. Sissy. Eggs and biscuits, Sissy. Eggs and biscuits. And bananas, Sissy. And bananas. We shall have bananas with oatmeal. Oatmeal. Oatmeal, Sissy. I will not. You will. You will have oatmeal, Sissy. You will. You, your mom, and your sister are going to live together forever. Mother, where are you going? To the store. I'll be back. No, I'll go with you. Sissy, mommy's going to the store. I'm coming. I'm coming. Wow, you're just going to move in with her. Yeah, you are. You're just going to move right in with her. Hello, Donald. This is my sister. She's living with us now. Donald's going to be like, okay. Hello, Donald. This is my sister. She lives with us now. Come along, Sissy. Hello, Donald. Come along, Sissy. Hello, Donald. 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 Hello, Donald. Hello, Donald. It's my sister here. Tell her to come to the door. Tell her to come to the door. Sissy, who is this man? Who is this man, Sissy? It's Donald. You know who he is. He's my husband. What do you want? Mother has finally kicked me out, and I come to live with you. Move along. Mother's finally got tired of me, and I come to live with you. Move along. What's for dinner? Donald. Donald. Haitian mothers don't kick their children out, especially daughters. That's cool. You get married out or you pick up and you go on your own. But they never tell you to leave. That's awesome. Shoot, black mothers over here tell you, get the hell out. Get out of my house. Like, for one, it's not your house. It's an apartment. It's some damn good water. Some of that spring water. Get your free fried chicken. Come on. 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 Everybody saying. Don't do that. Yeah, they do it over here. In the hood. Kick your black ass out. Get on up out of my house. They're like, get on up out. They get to preaching you out the house. I want to say, the Lord said, get on. They'll, man. Shoot. I'll kick you out over here. They just knock on your door one day and be like, young man, let me talk to you for a minute. I just feel the word coming on. Lord, say it. And they will escort you to the door. They don't care if you're a split tail or not. Especially girls. They'll escort them girls out. American girls are problems. They are problems. American girls are disobedient. They don't want to listen to nobody. They have no pause to them. They don't care. They're a hazard. They're sneaky, conniving. American girls are a hazard. Once they get to a certain age, they become a hazard. They're a hazard. They do stuff they're not supposed to. They won't listen. Now there are good girls. There are good American girls, but the majority of them are influenced by social media. So they think that being rowdy and crazy and fast is the way to be, and they get caught up. They get caught up real quick. Then they come home regretful. I'm sorry, mother. I should have listened to you. We told you. We knew it was going to happen to you. You don't want to listen. You ain't want to listen. And now you know, but you can't stay here. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of mothers that get into it with their little girls at a very early age. 7, 8-year-old, they're arguing with their parents. It's like, why are y'all fighting each other? I mean, I heard a mother talking to a little boy right across the street from me. I mean, when I say little boy, I mean he is in diapers. And they're outside, and the boy, she can see him. I mean, it's a wide open space. You see the boy. And I guess he walked into the grass. What the F what did I tell you to do? What the and just cursed him out. Did I tell you to F? What the F you do? And I look like, one, why are you screaming what the F? Two, why the F? And three, he is little. I don't even think he's 2. He couldn't be 2. And you already cursing at him. What do you think is going to happen when he becomes 10? Oh, well, like I said, it's a different world over here. Because when that kid is going to be trying to get away from his mama. He's going to be trying to get up out of there. You see the story of Bud Crawford and his mom. His mom was paying other little boys to beat him up. His mom didn't want to hug him. She ain't never hug him. She ain't never say, I love you. Show that boy no love. No wonder why he grew up, getting shot in the head. Terrence Crawford got shot in the head and drove himself to the hospital. And he had a fight coming up. And he was like, yo, I want to fight. And they were like, absolutely not. You got shot in the head. You can't. He's like, I can still fight. That's not the point. You're not allowed to. Because if he goes in there and gets hit, in the injury, turns out that it was worse than it was. It ends up like, Dooku Kim or, a number of other, brawlers who got into the ring on time and shouldn't have. Some of them died in the ring. Other ones got carried out of the ring, like McClellan, and has never recovered. He's never going to recover. Never going to recover. But his mom ain't want to hug him. His mom, she ain't want to tell him she love him. He's like, it is what it is, man. Shoot. That's rough. That's rough right there. This is some damn good water. Damn, you can't tell him you love him. You want to pay other kids to make him tough? All right. Now he's tough. He's getting his money though. That's the one thing you can't say about him. The boy ain't broke. And he ain't never lost a fight in 40 fights. Shoot, 50 Cent's mom was a crackhead. They murdered her. They did her dirty. Local drug dealer. And then came and started talking to 50. Like he ain't do nothing. He hung his mother with a barbed wire fence around her neck. $50. Well, it seems like you grew up in a peaceful environment. You're a very peaceful person. You seem to have a lot of peace in your life. That's a blessing. Peace is a privilege. It is. I have 8 cents in my balance for CD Baby. 8 pennies. I'll take my 8 pennies. Yesterday it was 6 cents. Today it is 8 cents. I'll take my pennies. You just keep on doing what you do, baby. Tomorrow it'll probably be 10, 15 cents. Keep on growing, CD Baby. They just paid me $11.52. It's CD Baby with the payment of $11. And yeah, they just paid me. I know. I like my little trickle down. My little. I like that. I like the little payment. You know what I'm saying? Get my little $10 every now and then. Just come on, bring it in. That's cool with me. I'll take my $10 every now and then. It doesn't it though? Hell, I need that little $10, man. I don't even want to call it little because it's big to me. My little YouTube money. My YouTube money is about the same way. I get paid once a year on YouTube. Hey, it's big. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I remember one time I knew my YouTube check was coming, and I knew my rent was due, but I didn't have enough. So I said, wait a minute, I got a YouTube check coming. I got $100. I know that's coming. The $100 hit, I took it, helped pay my rent with it. I was broke. I mean, I ain't got a lot of money now, but I was really broke. Facts. I used to make YouTube videos at the library, when the library was closed, I would sit outside of the library with my iPad because it had free Wi-Fi. And that's some of those videos are still up. And I would just sit there and make video, be on the internet, make a video, just constantly trying to create content. And this is before I was monetized. My motto is keep making content. Every day I post something, it's really me testing the market. That's what I'm actually doing. I'll be like, okay, let me post this, see if people like it. But like, okay, so I posted something a short. I posted a short. It has over 2,300 hits. Most of it came in one day. Had over 2,000 hits in one day, and then it has a hit every now and then. So yeah, I can tell you how much money I made off of that video. This is a video I just made. Like I said, what I make more money off of walking around outside picking up pennies than I do on YouTube and CD Baby combined. That's something. Oh, you make YouTube money. No. But every bit of it, I'm glad I. It was a copyright strike. Every bit of it, I'm glad I got every bit of it. I don't look at none of it and go, oh, you know what? This is this or this is that. I go, thank you very much. So so I look at my analytics, my analysis, and it tells me who's doing what. So right now, I have my Alabama riverboat talking about why it's not a hate crime. That right now has 233 hits. Tell you how much money I made off it so far. Now I just released it, so it's 2 cents. 233 hits, 2 cents, right? Let's go to let's see, at the fair. Let me see how much money I made off of that. Nothing. Make sure it's monetized. It is. I just had a really yeah, but 2 cents off of that one. I'm trying to find my one video that was yeah. So this one had 2,100 views. Let's see what it's doing now. Last 48 hours, 2 people looked at it. I got 28 cents off of that, off of 2,000 people looking at it. 28 cents off that one video. So now you see when I put up a bunch of shorts, that's what I'm actually doing. I'm testing the market. I'm vetting is what I'm doing. So this video I got 332, 2 subscribers, 4 cents. That's what I'm doing. I'm vetting the market. I'm trying to see what I could put out that's going to make me money. Never give up. I don't want to. You don't want to know. You don't want to know what? Yeah. And on Facebook, I don't get any money for posting. But here's the thing. I go to CD Baby, right? I look up, okay, I got 8 cents. So I'm like, okay. Let me look and see. 6 cents from Spotify. Let's see, Facebook. I didn't get anything. Facebook, 7 cents from space. 7 cents from Facebook. Boom. Facebook. And all this right here. You know where all that's coming from? All that on Facebook? Me uploading. Yeah. That's why I upload a bunch of shorts to Facebook. Because eventually it'll register and then I'll get a couple pennies off of it. Even though Facebook isn't paying me. Yeah. And it's in perpetuity. That's what I'm glad about. And every now and then I can get, I'll make a video that'll get about 2K. But most of them get about 100. Most of them get about 100, 200, 300. But that's 200-300 hits. It's just a little hustle. It's not a lot of money. But I like the little random, 20, 30 cent that comes out of nowhere. I just like it. I have people in Jamaica. I do? I don't know who I got in Jamaica. I don't know who I got in Jamaica, though. That watch me? I don't know. I don't know anybody from Jamaica that watches me. All right, kid. I'm out of here. Nice talking to you guys. Take it easy. God bless.